communication between you and EB? It was WhatsApp, correct?
99% of the time.
Okay. So the screenshots that we have and that we see where Alpha is mentioned, that it's not you.
I think if I can view, I'll tell. There's probably one screenshot that would relate to, because I never had to take screenshots communicating with him.
Okay.
There was no reason.
And did VJ or John Wick also know Chief Mashaba?
VJ, not John Wick. I'll say VJ. VJ, not John Wick.
Okay, so VJ knew Chief Mashaba and worked for EB.
Look at Seagulls. I don't know whether to say he worked or was an associate.
Okay, but VJ and EB have some sort of an association which you have knowledge of?
Indeed.
And VJ knows Chief Mashaba?
VJ knows.
Can I ask you to go to page 47? We'll come back to that previous, to the other document at 49. But if you go to 47 of that same bundle.
Yeah.
Are you on page 47? Do you have it? So as we understand, so this is the 29th of June, 2021. And now from what you're saying, this would have been a screenshot of a conversation between EB and John Wick, which John Wick would have sent to you. Now this says, do you see the message there? The top one says, "Salam boss, we will talk properly when we meet. Did VJ collect the keys?" And then the response is, "Yes, I will see you tomorrow. I should be ready. VJ phoned today. His phone was off. We'll try tomorrow morning." And then, "No problem. Please do check with him." Then the next message, "Mate, he won't give me the keys or the phone. He says legally he can't. He put up a big stink about General Mashaba." And then at the last paragraph, there's mention of an X5. And then the second last message, he also said someone called up about the keys, not Mashaba, said he works with him. And then it says, "Boss, this IO does not want to play game." So whoever is speaking here, there's reference to I'm assuming General Mashaba is Chief Mashaba.
You would be. Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we know that you have an association with Chief Mashaba, and you're now saying that VJ also had an association with Chief Mashaba. And you have a conversation with Chief Mashaba about keys as well. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes, and I also have that conversation with EB also on WhatsApp.
Okay, where Chief Mashaba was supposed to go and collect keys, and he then says, I only found one key. That's on page 122 of that same bundle, which is a conversation between you and Chief Mashaba. And that conversation is the 25th of June, 2021, and the screenshot on your phone is 29 June, 2021, so a few days later. Now, explain to us what is happening there, because if that is not a conversation between you and Alpha, you and EB, then Chief Mashaba is involved in something else regarding a keys with you and VJ. Correct? Because you're not part of the conversation, the dream conversation. So what was that matter about?
So please repeat a question.
If we go back to page 47,
yes,
on your version, anything that has the screenshot with Alpha is not a conversation between you and Alpha. It's a conversation between Alpha and John Wick. Correct? Don't say
Oh, sorry. Oh, apologies.
Yes, okay.
Apologies.
Now, here there's a conversation where they say, did VJ collect the key? So we know VJ is not in this conversation. It's
Correct.
between Alpha and John Wick, and they are asking whether VJ collected the keys,
Correct.
right? And then he says, not a problem, he had difficulty. And then they say he put up a big stink about General Mashaba, Chief Mashaba, suggesting that VJ also knows Chief Mashaba.
Correct.
And we assume here VJ is not you,
Yes, no, Fiji is not me.
and we're
Correct.
taking you. VJ is not you.
Fiji is
Okay.
not me. Correct.
Now, then there's a conversation. So look at that screenshot. It's 29 June 2021, the image. We don't know when the conversation took place, but it's 29 June, the image. If you then go to page 122 of that same bundle, which is a conversation between you and Chief Mashaba, where he's looking for some keys. And this is 25 June 2021. He says, that's the only key I find. So just let me know when you're there.
What page?
Page,
Okay.
page 122 of that same bundle.
Correct.
There's also conversation between the two of you about keys,
Correct.
and around the same time. So my question to you is, what was happening regarding these keys? Because you have a conversation with Chief Mashaba about the keys, and according to you, there's a conversation between Alpha and John Wick about keys around the same time, but we don't know the date of the conversation because you have the screenshot. So there must be another operation that you are involved in there, which you've roped Chief Mashaba in, or VJ's roped him into.
Chair, I would request not to go into the specifics, but in relation to the key, indeed, there was a request, and I think it was there on my WhatsApps, directly from Evie to request that Chief Mashaba get him the keys. I think they were relating to a car which had office keys. So the person whom these keys belonged to at the time was in hospital. And there was the reason why there was that request. I think the keys were with.
Okay. The point being that, so we know now that VJ is also involved with Chief Mashaba and doing operations with Chief Mashaba, associated with EB.
Associated.
With EB.
Associated.
Okay. I'm going to take you to another document just so that we can get to the bottom of the chats, the so-called streams, which are screenshots, and then we can get back into your statement on page 32. But I hope that before they flight it, that they have redacted all the names and perhaps not flight it for the moment. Page 32 of the bundle. You'll see it is also a chat which is on your, which is an image, a screenshot that's on your phone. And and it's 21 May 2021. Somebody will assist you.
Yes.
Yeah, please project this one as well.
Chair, I've asked for it not to be projected until we've established that the name has been properly redacted.
Oh, I'm
So
sorry.
it may not have been. Do you see that? Do you have it? Okay, let me see if I can get the bigger one. I'm not sure on what page the bigger text is, but there's a name that appears 1, 2, 3, the third gray block, and it starts with a P, and the surname is also with a P. Do you see that? The third block where there's a response that says, so it is not going to happen today. Okay, have they done? So we're going to then.
May I, let me do this.
Can you tell us who that person is? I can bring you the big. I just don't want to flight the name in case it is somebody other than you.
Okay, let me. Apologies. You were saying which block?
You see the third block, it says, can you get the pics of the container and seal? Then the next message, the longer you take with this, the more nervous they get. Then the next message, boss, the driver details still haven't been loaded yet. The guys are monitoring the app and the forklift guy is our guy. That message. Do you see the name of the person there?
Ms. Nube, I think we've heard this name mentioned publicly.
Can
and
you
it's
say?
associated. The witness should be able to.
Yes. So can you say who that is? We'll flight it.
Okay. Do you see it?
No, I don't see it. No, sure.
That's you see the 1, 2, 3. As Ms. Sigels Nube says, the so it is not going to happen today is responding to a message which is shown just above that text. Do you see that? And that's where the person who had written the text responded to. That's where their name appears.
It's yes.
It appears just above the text that Alpha is responding to. Do you see
okay,
that?
yes, I see it. I see
You
it.
see it?
Yes, I see it. Okay.
And that is you, right? Philip Plain is you.
No, that's
Is Philip Plain not you?
no. That's. I can write my handler. That wasn't my handle name.
Okay.
Sorry, I missed the answer. Did you? Let's not speak together, please. So I'm asking. I did not hear your response. Did you say that's you or not?
No, that's not. That wasn't my handle name on the app.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
I was suggesting to you that Philip Plain is you. You're saying it's not you.
Okay.
Mr. Nku, you either know if it's you or it's not you. I'm suggesting to you that Philip Plain is you.
That wasn't my handle name on the app.
Have you ever been referred to as Philip Plain?
Personally, I've just heard ever since this commission started that I was referred to as Philip Plain. If you look at my, particularly my Telegram account, Advocate Seagulls, that's what I was referred. I've always being referred to.
Ms. Nube, do you have bundle witness J? And can we just go to page 12?
We do have it.
Do you want to deal with this?
Yes.
Looking at page 12.
Can you flight the page number? Page 15. Should we start at 12? Commissioner? You want to start?
That at 12. I
Get
think
started.
you may find it's much more, it shortcuts this discussion. Witness
Presentation,
J.
please. Witness J.
Just need this. If it is projected, can we just,
It's redacted.
are we able to just show the images and not paragraph 29 and 30? Because I'm not sure about the reduction, how it was done.
Yes, I just want to make sure the
Commissioner
witness.
Tumelo wants to make an alternative suggestion.
Maybe to avoid that, because the statement is not redacted, the exhibit CJC 273,
That's the one we're on.
yeah,
Yes.
on page 15.
15 is the
Yeah.
one I said, yes.
Yeah.
CJC 273, page 15. Two seven three. Do you have it, Mr. Nku? 27 CJC 273, page 15.
I take it will also be lighted.
That's what I'm waiting for. Yes. Mr. Nku, you do have it now, right?
I do.
Yes. Okay. And do you see that it says who is Philip Plain?
I do see.
Can you just check, is that your telephone number?
Yeah.
There's a number there on the first image.
Indeed, this was my telephone number, but I'd never saved it as this. I think on Truecaller one can check as to when a number was added on Truecaller. I think under that a particular alias that can be verified. So that number didn't always have that as an alias in Truecaller. A name to
what?
as an because remember a name added is an alias on Truecaller. Yes, that number had never had that name, so it can be verified as to when was it added. That can be verified. It is verified.
But sorry for yes. Does this not mean that is the person? It's alpha on that page that would have saved you as Philip Plain, even if you yourself did not use that as your alias or name or whatever. It would be alpha that would have saved you on his device as Philip Plain.
It would be possible. Yeah.
Which is why when he's responding to that particular chat on the third gray text at page, was it 47?
Page 32.
At page 32, the third one of the gray, of the text with a gray background. He has indicated what text is responding to. And that's the one that shows Philip Plain as the person that wrote the text to which Alpha is responding. Do you still follow me?
I still for sure.
That means Alpha saved you as Philip Plain. Do you get it?
I do get it, Chair.
Now, what you have in front of you, let's look, please. Now, what we have in front of you says the number on there, the number communicated with was the number that Commissioner Baloyi has just drawn to your attention. That is there, that we see there. And he says on Truecaller, that number was your number. Do you get it?
I do get that, Chair. However, the Threema app does not use numbers.
Meaning?
Even if he had saved my name under Philip Plain on the app, it shouldn't affect the phone number itself. I don't know if I make sense, Chair.
Please explain again. But my understanding was that you could use anything, but you could also use your number. When we not so much use in the sense that without a number you can't communicate on Threema. But my understanding was that in setting it up, somewhere there could, if you wanted to, there could be a number. That was my understanding of the testimony.
No.
Depending on how you chose to set it up.
Yes, it did. It doesn't require.
There can never, ever be a number.
One may edit, but generally.
Sorry, one what?
I'm saying, I think there is an allowance for setting up with a number, but generally it's.
That's exactly my point. That's exactly my point.
Okay.
We heard testimony that there could be a number, and you've just accepted that now.
If I'm Chair.
Yes.
So there could be a number yet not attached to the main profile. So the number would be if you go into your details. It's not attached. So on the app preface, when you go into the profile or the alias, the number would not display.
But if someone is expert enough, and I believe that the person who was doing this is expert enough, would it not be possible for them, if there has been a number in setting up all of this, would it not be possible for an expert to get to the number?
Unless they go into the servers, no.
So if they do get to that, they could.
If they go into the servers, yes, but not through a device.
Looking at this, how would this person have gotten the number that Commissioner Baloyi referred to? Look at the writing at the top before you see the images. How would that person have laid their hands on the number?
So this is not the app. This is Truecaller. So basically.
I get that. I thought the point you are making is you are querying the very idea that they could have taken your number from Truecaller because your number is nowhere when Threema is set up. That I get. Sorry. No. Truecaller. I get the point about Truecaller. So what you are saying, they got the number from Truecaller. Before they could get the number from Truecaller, they would have had to lay their hands on the number. Do you get what I mean? That's what I'm asking you about. You have the number, then you take the number, you plonk it on Truecaller, then Truecaller will tell you whose number it is. That I get. My question is, where would the person have gotten the number in the first place before they take it and plonk it onto Truecaller?
Well, generally the number would have been attached to the device itself. My dispute with the true caller is when, because you see, it's one thing to say that his name appears as Philip Plain in true caller. It's a completely different aspect to say that this name was added or attached to this number at this specific time in Truecaller. Say that, have I always been known as this in Truecaller? There's a different aspect from saying when I go into Truecaller now.
No, Mr. Nku. He's not saying on Truecaller you were Philip Plain. He's saying this number. When he went to Truecaller, he established that it's Mr. Nku's number, not Philip Plain's number. It's Mr. Nku's number. That's what he's saying. Now I want to understand what it is exactly you are disputing, and that's why I don't understand. I don't follow what you are disputing.
Chair, the question which I was asked was, have I always been known as Philip Plain like that? Or maybe I missed it.
No. You said you are. Did he not say he is not Philip Nku? I thought you said you are not Philip Plain. Now, what Ms. Sigels Ngube is seeking to establish is that you are in fact Philip Plain. And you have now been taken to this page, which uses the number referred to on Truecaller. And this person is trying to establish who Philip Plain is, and takes this number and plonks it onto Truecaller. On Truecaller, it appears as Mr. Nku's number, which then takes us back to Philip Plain. So Mr. Nku is Philip Plain. Do you get the reasoning?
Yes, Chair. However,
But of course, I said earlier that it is from these chats, it is Alpha who had saved you as Philip Plain. Whether or not you ever called yourself Philip Plain is neither here nor there. On these chats, it is Alpha who had saved you as Philip Plain. Now the person who has prepared this presentation is trying to get to who Philip Plain is, and he takes this number and uses a Truecaller to establish who Philip Plain is, using the number. And he establishes that it is your number. It is Mr. Nku's number. Do you get it? And this has nothing to do with what you call yourself. Doesn't matter that you do not call yourself or ever call yourself Philip Plain. That doesn't matter. That's neither here nor there. Do you get the point now?
may I check?
Yes, please.
Okay, I get the point partially, Chair. The reason why I say this is, it's one thing to say that Mr. Nku is known as Philip Plain, or has always been known as Philip Plain.
Let's leave that aside. What's your comment on the debate that I'm engaging you on now? What's your comment? Just on that. Let's leave aside the fact that, how this may have been introduced, which is that Mr. Nku has always been known as Philip. Let's forget about that. Let's talk about this number. Let's talk about the fact that you appear, or rather, Philip Plain appears on these chats, and Alpha is responding to a person that he has saved as Philip Plain. The number of that Philip Plain gets taken onto Truecaller and it appears as Mr. Nku's number. What do you say about that? Let's forget about whether Mr. Nku has always been known as Philip Plain or whatever else. What do you say about that?
So I was trying to get to that, Chair.
Please just respond to my question. Let's not take it back.
No, I'm not trying to, Chair.
Yes.
The reason why I'm trying to explain is that at what point was because for one to punch a number in Truecaller and it appears as a certain name, my concern has been at what point was that done? For this number to be attached.
Does it matter because you have accepted that this is your number? Does that matter?
It does, Chair.
Why?
Because if say for instance the alias or the number when punched on Truecaller, say in 2021 appeared as something else, but yet in 2025 appeared as Philip Lane.
Have you, we are not talking about this number being saved under Philip Lane. I have tried to explain that ad nauseum. That's not what we are talking about. And in that regard, I have said is the person with whom, or rather, it's Mr. It's Alpha, not Mr. It's Alpha who saved whoever it was he was chatting with as Philip Lane. So that's where Philip Lane features. It has nothing to do, that has nothing to do with what name was in Truecaller or on Truecaller. So I do not understand your emphasis on what was on Truecaller at what stage or during what period. That's irrelevant because Philip Lane, for purposes of this debate, is how the communicator with Alpha was saved. That's where it is. That has nothing to do with whether Philip Lane was also on Truecaller. Do you get me?
I do understand.
So I don't understand what you are debating with me then. Now, can you respond to what I said to you earlier, which I've repeated 1,000 times and I'm not going to repeat?
Apologies, Chair. So is Chair saying what do I say in relation to my number being attached to Philip Lane? Please,
I said to you, the person that Alpha was chatting with is saved by Alpha as Philip Lane. You get me? That's fine.
I do understand you.
The person who made this presentation that you have in front of you, at page 15 of the document in front of you, that person says they then wanted to get to the bottom of who Philip Lane is. They then took the number which you accept is your number on your engagement with Commissioner Baloyi. They took that number, plonged it onto Truecaller. On Truecaller, that number appeared as Mr. Nku's number. That is what I want to understand, whether or not you accept.
I consider
you accept.
Okay, yes.
I just don't understand why it had to take forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Just Mr.
Might
Nku,
this be
help
the
us with this.
opportunity to take the tea adjournment?
Just very quickly, yes or no, please. Have you ever at any stage been known as Philip Lane, whether it was for 1 day or 3 days or 10 days?
No,
You've never?
Yes. I haven't been known as Philip Lane. Usually they would say TM.
And nobody has ever called you Philip Lane?
No.
And looking at those photos, am I correct that that clothing brand that you are wearing with the letters PP, that's you in those photos?
That's me.
Yes, and that the name of the brand is Philip Lane.
Indeed.
So do you remember your reference to Doggy Hawks that you were introduced to General Mashaba as Doggy? He's from the Hawks, and that's how you saved him on your phone. In the chats, he then appears as Doggy Hawks.
Indeed.
And the point Chair was making to you is the same point that maybe when you met these people the first time you met them, you were wearing Philip Lane branding and then decided, let me save him as Philip Lane. I mean, that is plausible.
It is plausible. However, Commissioner Kumala, I don't always. Granted, they found these two pictures. I don't always wear that.
No, I'm sure nobody always wears the same brand every single day, but at some point you would have worn, what seems to be a, very nice clothing with the brand Philip Plain. And if somebody, their first encounter with you was when you were wearing that, it would be easy to save you as that for many reasons, to avoid having you identified as Mr. Nku. Or maybe it's just easier to save you as PP Philip Plain.
It is possible, Commissioner Khumalo. I will not say that it is not plausible.
But before we leave, do you deny that the person who's communicating here, or at least is one of the three parties communicating on page 32, that third chat, which you still have in the chat, and we see the name Philip Plain before the chat itself, do you deny that that is you?
That conversation,
No, sorry, I can't hear.
Apologies, Commissioner Khumalo. I'm saying that conversation. If I could go back to that conversation, because I'm
yes, it's on page 32 where Ms. Ngube started with you.
The thick file.
Yeah, that
Either
conversation.
you deny or you do not deny. It's not difficult.
Okay, no, this conversation.
You deny that it is you in the
In
conversation.
this conversation, yes.
Yes. And I'm going to suggest to you that the reason you are denying is because if you accept that this is you, then it must follow that everywhere in the chat where we see Philip Lane, that is you who is a participant in that conversation. So you will have to deny this, because if you were to accept that this is you, then the rest of the chats where we see the name Philip Lane, we will have to accept that it is you in those chats. And that's the only reason you are denying it.
No, not really, Chair. My concern is this app. Usually,
Nku, let's do this. I want you to think carefully about your answer, remembering that you under oath.
Yes.
And Ms. Ngube has warned us that she wants to have her tea. So think carefully about your answer. And when you come back, respond truthfully, please.
Ms. Ngube, how are we going to structure today, seeing that we have another witness and, yeah.
Chair, I don't know. I don't think we're going to finish. We were optimistic to think that we would finish at tea. So we'd have to, and I know the other witness cannot be postponed to another day. I'm not sure, but
Is it, I don't know, I'm thinking of a couple, but we can have further engagements over tea, but
yes,
I
Chair.
was just, maybe, let's just do the whole thing over tea. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
All right. Let's adjourn. Oh, sorry. I think more than Ms. Sigels Nzube, I think it's Commissioner Khumalo who wants his tea now. Let's come back at 11:45. Let's adjourn.
And then this one? Okay.
We are ready to resume. Please make sure that your devices are on silent or off. Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Nku.
Morning, Commissioners.
Yes. Remember, in relation to the chat on page 32 of the chats, I suggested to you that the reason why you won't admit that it is you is because if you accept that this is you on this chat, then the commission must accept that everywhere in the chats where we see the name Philip Lane, that is also you. And that is the suggestion that I'm putting to you, and I want you to comment and either say you agree with me or you disagree with me.
I would say I disagree just on the sense that it's not for the tune that I dispute. That's why I was trying to wrap around my mind, my mind around the text, because I usually I usually spoke on the phone. We hardly chatted. Even before we went to this app, if one checks throughout all our engagements, it's usually on call. However, I do accept Commissioner Khumalo that it does seem that one would appear as if is disputing, would be disputing this because every other instance, the chats where the name appears. And I'm trying to wrap my mind around. Yeah, I don't know whether it's after the fact or when. But I think this chat.
Mr. Nku,
I'd concede to this, Commissioner Khumalo.
just what are you conceding, just so that we are clear, because the transcript must reflect exactly what you are conceding. Just in your own words, what are you conceding?
I concede to what Commissioner Khumalo is saying, that every other place where the name would appear, it would have to be my phone number in it, attached to it.
But now, let's go back to 32. Is that you in that chat? If you look at chat 3, just below the name Philip Lane, and that person communicating there, was that you?
Sure.
Bear in mind that just above the text by Alpha, the third one, Alpha is responding to Philip Lane, and you've now considered that that's you. So Commissioner Khumalo's question then is, do you accept that it is you chatting with Alpha at page 32? Based on the concession that, just a minute, based on the concession that you have just made.
It would have to be me here.
It is you.
Yes, it have to be.
And Mr. Nku, to be fair to you, later on when we engage you, we will engage you in relation to other chairs where Philip Lane is communicating with the people who are reflected in the chairs on page 32. So just bear that in mind. And for now, we will leave it here.
Yes, Mr. Musigiri.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Nku, before we went to deal with the chats, you were summarizing paragraph 10 of your statement on page 2. Perhaps just so that we understand exactly what the objective was, can you just summarize in your own words, just that paragraph, so that we don't misunderstand you on what the objective was?
So the main objective was that for there to be a past. The dynamics or semantics of it were not crucial. So the interception should have had to happen. As long as it would have disrupted consignment reaching its intended recipient.
And what would happen to the consignment itself?
Sorry, I don't get you, Advocate Musigiri.
If there was any plan as to what happens to the consignment?
No, so
once there's a bust.
Or maybe that is dealt with on the statement itself, I think.
Is that under the plan, which is the next heading?
Indeed, yeah.
All right. You are so hesitant today.
Apologies.
I don't think you were like this on
apologies.
Thursday, was it? Yes, Mr.
Let's move on then. Please tell us what the plan was then in relation to that objective. That will be on paragraph 11 of the statement.
Okay. The plan. I understand and formulated it. Yes, as I understood and formulated it at the time was to use my contacts within Transnet and the broader logistics environment to identify, trace, and monitor the movement of the shipment. Once the relevant information had been obtained, my intention was to involve Chief Mashaba to coordinate or facilitate the operational aspects of the retrieval or interception. Before dealing with the steps that were taken, it is necessary to explain my relationship with Chief Mashaba. I was introduced to Chief Mashaba, about 2019, and I understood him to be a general within DPCI, or Directorate for Priority Crimes Investigations, commonly known as DPCI. Prior to this incident, I had interacted with Chief Mashaba in relation to the matters where I had access to information concerning suspected unlawful activities. In those instances, I would provide him with intelligence or information that I regarded as credible, and he would then arrange for the involvement of law enforcement officials to effect arrests, seizures, or the operational steps. By way of example, I had previously provided him with information relating to matters involving fake diesel and illicit cigarettes. 14. It is important for me to record that based on my experience in those previous matters, the intervention by law enforcement did not always result in what I understood to be a complete or proper seizure of all goods discovered. In certain instances, only a portion of the goods appeared to be formally recorded or booked into official custody. I understood that Chief Mashaba on occasions when he required money, he would interact. He would contact me to inquire whether I had access to information concerning illegal activities from which he might benefit either through a portion of what was recovered or through exerting pressure on the persons involved. 15. So I think, I think Advocate Msikiri, the question that you ask is covered on 14.
All right, yes, let's continue.
Okay, thank you.
Safe to say, Chair, we will deal with some of the instances where he had been involved with General Chief Mashaba, and we'll explore the chats as to those activities at the later stage. But for now, we'll let him go through the statement. Mr. Nku, you can continue on paragraph 15. Thank you.
15. In the present matter, I enlisted Chief Mashaba to assist with the request that had been communicated to me by Mr. Mopato and Ibi. Before any operational steps could be taken, it was necessary for me to confirm that the existence of the shipment and establish its movement once it arrived in South Africa. For that purpose, I traveled to Durban. My intention in traveling to Durban was to approach an acquaintance of mine, Mr. Can I name the name, Chair?
Sorry?
Can I name these names?
Please.
Okay.
Yes.
Within the Transnet, Mr. Zamokuzwa.
Sorry, Mr. Nku, read the sentence again, because once you cut it and ask the question, it doesn't make sense anymore. So my intention
in traveling to Durban was to approach an acquaintance of mine within Transnet, Mr. Zamokuzwa, so that he could assist in retrieving the relevant tracking information relating to the shipment. 16. I departed to Durban on the 7th. Upon my arrival, I engaged.
Please mention the full date.
Okay, I departed for Durban on 7th July 2021. Upon my arrival, I engaged Mr. Kuzwayo and requested his assistance in obtaining the tracking information. Mr. Kuzwayo informed me that...
Mr. Nku, sorry. I think you when you see a full stop, stop, and then start a new sentence. I think the way we read it now for the transcript, it won't come out well, and it might lose the message. So when you see a full stop, start a new sentence, and then we go on. Thank you.
Must I start from the beginning? Or
you can say, upon my arrival, I engaged.
Okay. Upon my arrival, I engaged Mr. Kuzwayo and requested his assistance in obtaining the tracking information. Mr. Kuzwayo informed me that unfortunately he was blocked internally from accessing the same. The suspicion is that someone higher could have blocked that access to for other reasons. To limit a number of Transnet employees from this particular container. From my knowledge and understanding of the Transnet system, it appeared to me From my knowledge and understanding of the Transnet system, it appeared to me that the persons associated with the shipment may have had contacts in Transnet who were monitoring the consignment and activated this limited access within Transnet. The effect of this was that other persons attempting to access the relevant information would be blocked or prevented from doing so.
Mr. Nku, can you just in your own words try to explain what you mean, then what you expected from Mr. Kuzwayo. Just in your own words, summarize what you wanted him to do within the Transnet system.
What I would have wanted, or what would have been simpler for me, would be a live tracking of the truck, so to know the truck's whereabouts, because there are allowables within the system to be able to achieve that. So what I had expected is to be given the exact whereabouts, live tracking of the truck.
And is it correct to understand you then that you would have ultimately wanted to follow that live tracking of the truck to Gauteng?
It would have been simpler to operationalize. I think I deal with that aspect in my statement to say that, for instance, it would have been simpler to do a tip-off relating to a weighbridge, or have an operation planned, even if it's in Gauteng, but at least you'd have knowledge exactly where the truck is prior.
In those paragraphs,
Sorry. You say the system makes it possible to track the truck's travel. Is that what you said?
Indeed, yeah.
What system is it? It can't be the Transnet system, or is it?
It is, because it's remember they use handheld devices also. The truckers who go there, and that handheld device is attached to their system.
Okay. I'm just thinking, if I, instead of hiring yellow jersey, if I had my own huge articulated truck and I fetched my stuff there personally, my own consignment, why would Transnet still be interested? Why would Transnet still want to track the container once I, the owner of the consignment, have taken my consignment?
Chair, usually when collections are made, they are made by, I would say, affiliated logistics companies which they form part of the service provider model within Transnet. So they are in the database. They then become part of their active directory. So even if you were an individual tracker, you'd have to be registered.
I'm not just a truck. I happen to own trucks for whatever reason, or I own this one truck, and then I decide to fetch my own consignment from Transnet. Or are you saying they would not give it to me? They would only give it to the contractors that you are referring to?
Registered contractors, because not everyone can do collections.
So there must be. So I can't say that's mine, and here's proof that I'm the consignee.
No, Chair.
They wouldn't give it to me.
No, Chair.
All right. Okay. It's unnecessary detail anyway, but I just wanted to know why Transnet system would be able to track that truck. All right, let's leave it.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you, just to summarize the kind of difficulty you say Mr. Kuzwayo encountered in trying to assist you in giving you access to this live tracking system.
So usually employees who have got access to various IT systems within Transnet. They would then have access to other various platforms, including the ability to track and whatnot. And someone who has access would generally be able to access any container information as and when they would need. But in instances where there would be interests around specific containers, high-ranking officials within the company would block access or would have IT administrators, people they work close with to limit or block access. So it would be as if it's a dedicated case. So I would say a soft block of some sort, as if that container is flagged only the file only to be opened by a case manager in that regard. So the difficulty that he incurred was gaining access to the file itself pertaining to the container in question.
All right, let's continue to paragraph 18.
Paragraph 18. Despite the initial difficulty, Mr. Kuzoyo continued his attempts to retrieve the tracking information. He eventually succeeded later on the 8th. After obtaining the information, he sent me 2 screenshots containing the tracking details. Those screenshots are attached to this statement as marked TN1.
Can we stop there? Let's look at TN1. That will be on page 9 of what you have in front of you.
Page 9. Page 9.
Page 9, yes.
The statement you were reading from, is that same file?
Can someone?
The same file we are reading from. You will see the TNs, there's TN1, TN2, TN3. See what change it there.
Okay, thank you.
Are you there, Mr.?
I am teacher.
Can you see the picture on page 9?
Indeed, I see, sir.
Yes. What is that?
That would be the a screenshot of a system.
Is this what Mr. Kuzoyo sent to you?
Yes, I believe this was the SEP tracking details. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Is this a screenshot of a computer / laptop or not?
I would say a laptop.
Laptop.
And you will see there at the bottom left, it would have a logo that says Transnet. So we can then safely assume that it is a screenshot of a Transnet system with that logo. Is that correct?
Indeed.
Yes.
For Mr. Kuzwayo to be able to give you this screenshot and what is on page 10, what information would you have given him? What did you say to him so that he knows what you're looking for?
Remember, initially I had said that we are looking for a specific container. So in relative to this, because I think there were 11 containers that were supposed to be received by this company. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, should be on his telegram. I had the last 3 numbers or 4 numbers. I stand to be correct. It's just that I don't remember correctly of the container in question. For him to just go through, it's easy to go through the 11 and then just pull the details of the specific one with the last digits pertaining to that.
So you would have had to tell him where it originates from, the vessel, the ship, where it comes from. I'm just checking where the ship comes from, what the ship is.
No.
What that's what I'm asking. What information? Because this is very specific. He gives you a unit number, information that has a unit number, the pier number, and then that it's outbound per truck, and then a position as well, and time in, time out. So I just want to find out, how do you prompt him to know what he's looking for?
So it's simple in this manner, Commissioner Baloyi. By first the usage of the vendor itself, like the company. Because remember, generally a company wouldn't be receiving 10 different containers from different locations. So within that company, there would be a specific amount of containers expected, and then the numbers identifying that specific containers. Then he would then pull all the other information, not necessarily with a vessel, but it's vendor specific.
In this case, the vendor is who? Is it Scania or New Jersey?
The vendor is Scania.
So you would have said Scania on this day, they are expecting containers.
Indeed.
Okay. So at that point, you know that it is Scania, the intended recipient of those containers is Scania. You have a date.
Indeed.
And then what? Do you give him all 11 numbers or numbers of the 11 containers, or do you give one specific? It may not be complete. From what I'm understanding you think it was the last 3 or 4 numbers. Did you give him the specific? You must have given him a specific container number. Was it just a one container number that you gave him?
I gave him this a specific number of that container.
Okay. And you say it was the last 3 or 4 numbers that you had at that point?
That's to be corrected.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nku, on page 10, you will also confirm that that is also part of the message that you received from Mr. Kuzwayo.
Indeed.
And you will see that at the top it says track and trace, and it gives a unit number, and that's the number of the container. And then you'll see that it says facility, you'll mention Pier 1, and mention inbound mode declared, it's a vessel. and then the outbound mode declared it's a truck. And then later on, he sees that the position of the truck, given the registration. Do you see that?
Indeed, indeed, I see.
And then you will see that it will give time in, time out, and all the stops of the vessels. And Mr. Nku, you agree that this is the same truck that eventually was, at least arrived at Yellow Jersey?
Indeed, it is.
Yes, Chair, we can just confirm that if we can go to page 21 of C, so it's exhibit 273, Chair. It's what we call the presentation, Chair. So it's the presentation. Page 21, 2-1.
I think you have to flight it because Mr. Nku doesn't have this file.
Can you please flight the page 21 of CJC 273?
Mr. Nku.
Okay.
Can you see that, Mr. Nku?
I can see it.
Yes. Can you go to the next page? That's page 20, go to 21. That's the one. You will see there when you look at on the container, on the top right of the container, you'll see there's what we call the unit number. And you'll see the alphabets there to confirm that it's the same truck. If you look at the information on page 10 of your statement to confirm that it's the same truck, the BEAU 4715442, you can confirm that corresponds with what is written on the container there. Can you try and zoom in to confirm the number? That it relates to the same container that is mentioned in your statement. Can you confirm that?
Yes, I can confirm, Chair.
Thank you. All right, let's go back to your statement, Mr. Nku.
Okay.
So we just dealt with perhaps the last question would be then, Mr. Kuzwayo would have done all of this for you, and then in exchange, what did you do for him? Or what was the plan in exchange for that information?
Okay. Oh, that was dealt with elsewhere. So I think I deal with it in the statement, Chair.
Tell us now so that we can follow. We'll revisit it later, but if you have an answer now, say it without reading it. Then when we read to it, we say we've dealt with it.
Part of the money that I was carrying was meant to reimburse Mr. Kuzwayo for giving access to the tracking information.
At least we know that you had at least the following day 60,000 on you.
Indeed.
Of that amount, how much was meant to be paid to Mr. Kuzwayo?
I think
Sorry. At which paragraph are we now?
We're wrapping up. We're still on paragraph 18 on page 4, Chair, of his statement.
Just a minute. I closed when I went to TN1. All All right.
Yes, so the question that was put to Mr. Nku, Chair, was that Mr. Kuzwayo would have done all of this for you, and in exchange, what is it that you're going to do for him because he provided this information for you?
Don't you want to deal with it when we get to it on the statement, because I think it is somewhere here. Yes.
Wait,
I think
the
it's
60,000
the very last
at the very last end.
The very last paragraph, yes.
Yes. Let's go to paragraph 19, Mr. Nku then.
I was thereafter provided with a contact person who could assist in confirming the movement of the truck. The contact person was Ms. Sandra Heidenreich of Yellow Jersey. Ms. Heidenreich confirmed that the truck was in fact on the move and provided information regarding the truck's whereabouts after departure from Devonport. My call records with Ms. Heidenreich are charged as TN2.
Mr. Nku, before we go to TN2, when you say I was thereafter provided with a contact person, you should say person, or is it correct to say persons?
No, it's contact person.
Person.
Contact
Can
person.
you correct that then as well? And then who provided you with the details of that contact person?
I was provided by Mr. Kuzwayo.
All right. Thank you, Chair. We'll come back to TN2, which is the other call records, to Ms. Hayden Adacht. Then let's go to paragraph 20.
Okay. Paragraph 20. At around 1930, I received confirmation of the whereabouts of the shipment, and I made my way back to Johannesburg to locate the truck. At 8 p.m., Ms. Sandra sent me the coordinates of the truck, the Yellow Jersey depot. I sent this information to Mr. Mashaba at around 23 to 1200. On 8th July 2021, and told him we should meet there at 6:30. And the telegram messages attached as TN3.
All right. I had said to you, let's deal with, because you referred to TN3. Let's go to TN2 first, which is a telephone records. Those appear at page 11 of your statement. That will be the annexures to your statement. Do you see that?
Indeed, I see that applicant.
Yes. Now, there's a number there. I won't mention the number. The 06 number. Can you confirm that is your number? Or whose number is that?
The 06, is it the 066 thing?
Yes, on the very far left.
I do confirm. Yeah. I do confirm.
Sorry?
I do confirm.
That is your number.
Yes, the 066.
Yes, so don't read out the whole number.
Okay.
Yes.
I do confirm.
And then if you go on, you'll see that on the other party. So if you go on towards the right, you'll see there's another block that says other party. There's a 082 number. Do you see that?
Indeed, I see.
Is that Sandra's number?
I do not know it by head, but I would assume it is.
Yes. Can you also confirm on the same row, you see there's a date there, says 8 July 2021. Do you see that?
Indeed, I see.
Yes, it says start time.
Indeed, I see.
Yes, and then the time is 17:16, and then it says, you will see that where it says call type, MOC, that will be an outgoing call. Do you see that?
Indeed, I see.
Yes. Then it will seem that at least at 17:16:54, you made a call to Sandra, and the duration of the call was for 58 seconds, if I can read it correctly. Do you see that?
Indeed, I see, sir.
Yes. Can you recall what information you were discussing?
In all honesty, Chair, I cannot recall by head, but the gist of it was expectation to say that because I think around about that time the truck hadn't arrived, but yet it was not far off. It was already in the Gauteng area. And or amongst other things that was discussed was the fact that when I think that's why I stated on my previous statement that the truck traveled in record time. So usually when a truck would leave a port site to this site without even considering a truck stop, then guaranteed there would be expected people within the depot to collect. So the reason why I maintain to Chief Mashaba that we need to be there by 6:30 was a high possibility of obviously the owners coming through.
So would it be a fair summary to say that at least on page 11 we have a recording of 3 calls that you made to Sandra? You'll see that the last one is you called a landline.
Indeed.
And the nub of it was that she was sharing information about the location of the truck as it was coming towards Yellow Jersey. Is that a fair summary of that?
It is a fair summary.
Okay, thank you. And then if we go to the very next page, that's where we refer to what we call the telegram messages between you and Chief Mashaba. Do you see the number there on top? Can you identify that? Well, let's not even deal with the number there. The handle, illusion. Can you identify that?
Indeed, yeah, that is me.
That is you. Then can you tell us what's happening on that page?
So I had shared the coordinates to Yellow Jersey Logistics with Chief Mashaba, and at this time it was, I think it was now around about 12 a.m. As I was still on my way back.
Yes, my understanding is that at least the commission has also come to accept that at least on Telegram you need to add 2 hours to the time reflected there. So the timestamp will say 2021-0708 22:25. So we should add 2 hours around about that time.
Around about 12:30.
That will accord to that, yes. And the crux of it is that you share the coordinates.
Sorry, Mr. Musigiri. Is it about what was being used like Telegram, or is it more about the bracketed time? Is it not more about the bracketed time, which is what determines whether we add or subtract or keep the time as is? Do you get what I mean?
Yes, Chair. The way I understand is the bracketed time, Chair,
Yes,
because
yes.
it says
Yes.
TC. Yes, Chair.
Yes, all right. Okay.
And Mr. Nku seems to be okay with the time
And
adjustment.
if it's UTC, then we add 2 hours.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Nku, you follow that?
Indeed, Chair, because I see this is it's using
time zone.
the universal time zone. However, you add 2 hours. It should,
The CAT one, yes. So it's correct to say that at least what's happening on that page is that you text or you forward a message to Chief Mashaba, sending him at least what appears to be the location or the coordinates to the yellow jersey in Report. And then you send a message that follows to say, we need to go there. And lastly, you mention the time where it says board, you say before 6:30.
indeed,
Is that correct?
indeed, Chair.
Yes. Is there a reason why it had to be done so early in the morning to be there the following day?
Oh, hence, I think I'd already stated, Advocate Musikidi, that this would be, it was upon the advice that I got on the call that I made, that it might be that when you do the bust after 6:30, the owners would have been there before you. So try to be there earlier before 6:30.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Nku. Can we then go to...
Before you do that, who would have said that to you? Is it Sandra?
Indeed.
Thank you.
All right, let's move then to paragraph 21, because we've dealt with 20 in terms of TM3, where it starts at that stage.
At that stage, apologies. At that stage, I expected Chief Mashaba, given the position within the DPCI, to arrange for the involvement of the appropriate law enforcement agencies and personnel to deal with the matter in a lawful and operationally proper manner. My initial expectation was, once the movement of the truck has been confirmed, the truck could be tracked and intercepted at an appropriate location, including possibly at one of the way bridges along its route. However, because the tracking information was not obtained in sufficient time to permit an interception while the truck was still en route, I formed the view that the operation would be instead have to be planned and carried out at the Yellow Jersey Depot, where the truck was understood to be located.
So, Mr. Nku, just to understand you are saying that had you received the information regarding to the live tracking of the truck, then the initial plan was to engage Chief Mashaba to at least intercept the truck before it reaches Yellow Jersey?
At the way bridge.
Yes, at one of the way bridges.
Yes, at one of the way bridges. And he would obviously, by the time, have his team ready.
All right. Please proceed into paragraph 22 on page 5.
On the morning of the 9th, 2021, I met with Chief Mashaba. We proceeded to Yellow Jersey. I was surprised to observe that Chief Mashaba had arrived alone and was not accompanied by any visible team of law enforcement officials or operational support. I raised this concern as I had expected that he should have engaged for the necessary law enforcement presence before any steps were taken at the depot. Chief Mashaba informed me that I should not be concerned and assured me that support was on its way. He then made a number of telephone calls and thereafter repeated his assurance to me that the required support was coming. 23 at around 7 a.m. a gentleman in a black NP300 Nissan, which I learned later on to be Warrant Officer Mukhan, arrived in the scene. I briefed him about the truck and any information I had. 24. Chief Mashaba and Warrant Officer Mukhan went inside the premises of Yellow Jersey to follow up on the information I provided. Within few minutes, the two came back and Mashaba told me to follow them. I assumed that the destination included that of the truck was Alberton Police Station as agreed. However, I was surprised when Chief Mashaba and the truck took a route towards the south of Johannesburg. I then called Chief Mashaba to inquire about the direction and the destination, as we were now going the opposite of Alberton. However, he responded by saying I should not worry and just follow. 25. Upon arrival at Aeroton, Scania, I parked next to Chief Mashaba's car, and Mashaba told me to stay in the vehicle. I waited inside my vehicle and as instructed. I observed Chief Mashaba and Warrant Officer Mukhana leave their cars to speak to the people responsible at Scania truck, including a lady later known to me. Oh, apologies. Let me just... Later,
It should say known.
Yes, known.
Yes.
Later known to me as Jolene. I later on witnessed Mashaba. I think it should be Mashaba, not Mashana. Mashaba and Warrant Officer Mukhana Jolene walk from the offices and to the truck, which I had identified. A few minutes later, they seem to have agreed to open the container. As soon as they opened the container, I witnessed black duffel bags falling off the container. These bags matched the pictures of the black duffel bags that were sent to me previously, containing alleged drugs by EB. My information was that such bags would contain 805 blocks of drugs.
Before you go to the next page, I just want to, speaking of those duffel bags, can we go to CJC 274? That's the bundle with chats and screen shots. And go to page 50 of that, Chair. Can you find? Sorry. Okay. Mr. Nku, can you see the picture there?
But I think, is it not a picture of the bags? They were showing at the bottom. Is that what you're looking for? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Can you see those bags?
I can see, Chair.
And then the inside of what seems to be a container. When you look on top there seems to be a fiber looking or some roofing of something, of some sort.
I can see, Chair.
Yes. Is this the picture that you received from EB of what you should expect?
Yes, that these bags would be looking like that.
Okay. All I'm saying, not looking, but I'm saying this is the picture. Except that that's the picture of what you would have received. To say this is what the bags would look like.
Yes, I was saying, Advocate Msikidi, that this is a picture demonstrating what the bags would look like. I don't know if I make sense.
Yes,
But
makes sense.
Sorry, it's a picture you received from EB.
Indeed, Chair.
Correct.
Thank you. Let's move on then.
Before you do that, while you are on that page, just have a look at the graphics above the photograph. Just to confirm that on the 6th of July 2021, you received this text with these photos from EB. That's what that graphic seems to reflect.
I see, Commissioner.
Yes, thank you.
And perhaps maybe to round off that paragraph, you indicate that you were informed that the bricks would be, or the blocks will be 805. Do you still confirm that number?
Yes, I confirm that.
Okay. All right, let's move to the next page, Mr. Nku. That's page 6, paragraph 26.
Paragraph 2. I was then satisfied that the job was being well executed. At this point, I expected Chief Mashaba and his colleague to take the black bags to the Alberton police station. However, soon thereafter, a marked police van arrived on the scene. I witnessed Chief Mashaba and Warrant Officer Mukhana engaged with the two police when he had just arrived. My initial assumption was that the marked police van was there to escort Chief Mashaba and the consignment to Alberton police station as initially agreed. However, more policemen arrived, including the flying squad. Even then, according to me, the plan was still intact. I say so because my expectation was that the drugs were going to be lawfully busted and confiscated by the police. Even if exhibits were not all booked, my ultimate aim was to sabotage and ensure that the drugs do not reach the rightful owner. The logic behind this was that if the consignment was sabotaged, EB would benefit as he was the competitor to that consignment.
Chair, you would have noticed that the witness edited some of the at least sentences. You will see that, Mr. Nku, you see that we scratched the words, Chair. I don't want to read them into the record, but you will note when you look at the transcript that certain words he had indicated that he wants to remove.
Please read. There's no problem with the first sentence up to by the police. I say so because right up to by the police, no issue there.
I suppose the original word was either, and then we should have known then what is the or that would follow then.
Yeah, okay. Either the drugs were going. So it's deliberate no longer to have the either.
Mr. Nku, is that a fair...
Was that deliberate? That is you not reading the either there.
Apologies, Chair.
You did not read the either or either.
No, it was deliberate, Chair. I did not read the either, as I had already marked this along with Advocate Ngumbi.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Msikidi?
No, that's all, Chair. Perhaps, Mr. Nku, just in few words, just then summarize the essence of that paragraph with this edit. What are you trying to say there?
Commissioners, my mandate was that these this consignment does not reach its rightful owner. That's what Chief Mashaba would have done. As long as he makes the past, I would have remained neutral.
All right, let's continue at paragraph 28.
Paragraph
28.
As more police arrived, in particular, warrant officer records, I noticed there was tension
Sorry,
between.
Mr. Nku, can I just
Apologies.
stop? Mr. Msikiri, can we just be clear? What is it in paragraph 27 that we should read out? Is it just the word either?
Either would have then been followed by another option that he ought to have provided. So either would be removed, and then there's no expectation of or, which would have then have to give what that or would have been in this instance.
And the rest of the paragraph remains the same.
The rest of the paragraphs remain the same.
Okay. Mr. Nku, you confirm? Yeah, Mr. Nku has got his hand up, Chair. You want to clarify?
Chair, I think maybe on the version that you have, say after and confiscated by the police. So we then replaced from even up until any difficulty down there. Those were jotted out. And then we replaced after confiscated by police, even if some exhibits were not booked.
Sorry, just read it the way it should be then. Yeah.
Chair. So maybe from the beginning, I say so because my expectation was that the drugs were going to be lawfully busted and confiscated by the police, even if some exhibits were not booked. That's the end of the sentence. And then I continue from my ultimate aim.
And after, even if some exhibits were not booked, you continue from
my ultimate.
Oh, and that's all one sentence.
No, it's full stop after I'm not booked. Then it's we start the sentence from my ultimate. So we just remove the sentences in between.
Okay.
Up until where it says, I did not have any difficulty. Do we delete that?
No, that we delete.
Okay.
We delete.
Okay.
Sorry, Advocate Musikiri. I think, we made a mistake with that.
Not read even. I say this because that would make sense.
Indeed.
Even if some exhibits were not booked, I did not have any difficulty.
Indeed.
And then you carry on from there.
And then
My ultimate.
Are you happy with that reformulation?
I'm asking if that's the intended.
I'm happy with it.
statement.
With
Okay,
it.
thank you.
So you no longer want this to refer to police taking some of the contraband for their own benefit. You no longer want that.
So the phrasing of the sentences, apologies, Chair. I'm saying at the time the phrasing of the sentences, because we had limited time to do the statement. So
That was not intended.
no, that was not intended. The phrasing of the sentence was more not having difficulty.
But if they chose not to book some of the exhibits, would that not be because they would have taken them?
No, it would have been, Chair.
For whose benefit?
So
Would they have taken them? For whose benefit would they have taken them?
hence I maintained that I would remain neutral, Chair. I was.
I'm just trying to understand why you would not want that to be there. All right. Anyway, let's continue.
Thank you, Chair.
All right. Let's continue to paragraph 28, Mr. Nku.
As more police arrived, in particular warrant officer reports, I noticed that there was tension between different subs members. I was then later approached by warrant officer Mokoboya, who asked me what was my involvement, to which I told him that I was the source. I then told me that General Khan was on his way. Paragraph 29. I became apprehensive on the situation. I then called Dr. Precious Mabuza, who is the daughter of the late D.D. Mabuza, Deputy President Mabuza. I told her that
your voice is fading. Your voice.
Apologies. Okay. Who is the daughter of D.D. Mabuza? I told her that I gave information to SAPS about the drug bust, but the situation was making me feel uncomfortable. She promised me that she will inform Lieutenant General Mboto from Provincial Head of Hawks, DPCI Northwest. However, my phone was shortly taken away and I did not receive that call. I was later informed by Dr. Mabuza that General Mboto tried to call me multiple times on the day. By the time my phone had been seized. By the time. Okay. So.
Can I just check only because we had this discussion with Chief Mashaba. The D.D. Mabuza that you refer to here is the now deceased Deputy President.
Indeed, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Indeed, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay, and this paragraph 30. So the title should be My View with Chief Mashaba.
Instead of instead of my understanding with Chief Mashaba, it should be what?
My view.
My view.
My view.
With Chief Mashaba.
Indeed, Chair.
What does that mean?
Apologies, Chair.
What does that mean? My view with Chief Mashaba.
So my opinion, as opposed to having an arrangement.
Your view of him or your view with him? Your view of him?
My view of him. Apologies, okay. My view of him.
And then when you started paragraph 30, it says my understanding. Should we keep that or should we also change it?
It's my view.
It's still your view?
My view.
Of. Okay.
My view of.
All right. Continue.
And, okay. I'll read and skip a certain part there which we jotted out with Advocate Sigalski. Chief Mashaba was that, or my view of Chief Mashaba was that he could take a portion of consignment and simultaneously claim victory for the past. Whichever way, I was neutral. My mission would have been achieved, preventing the consignment from reaching its competitor. This view is informed by previous incidents and experiences I have observed regarding Chief Mashaba.
Do you have something amended there now, because it does not accord with what we have here?
Indeed, Chair. Apologies for that. That was amended.
Please articulate it the way you have. Start from
Okay.
the beginning of the sentence.
I would start there by saying I was neutral, as my mission would have been achieved, preventing the consignment from reaching EB's competitor. So there it's replaced by this view is informed by previous incidents and experiences I have observed regarding Chief Mashaba. So, and then this would explain, then we start from there as a new sentence. This would explain why he initially did not bring his own law enforcement team to do a full-blown drug bust from the beginning.
Sorry, Mr. Musigiri, was there an indication that we would be getting an amended statement or not?
Chair, we did these amendments in the morning. We'll have to do a proper one, Chair, and resubmit it, because there's too many of them now coming
Yes,
through.
all right,
Yes.
all right. Please continue. Thank you, Mr. Musigiri. Please continue the heading, the BMW, paragraph 31.
I further, paragraph 31, I further confirm that the silver grey BMW 7 Series, which I was driving at the scene, which did not have registration plate, only had a permit, was not registered in my name. The vehicle was registered under the name of one Mohammed Baba. My agreement was that EB would purchase the vehicle on my behalf, and I will pay in installments until final payment. EB purchased the vehicle on my behalf through the involvement of Baba.
Can you please explain that? What does that mean? Through the involvement of Baba, what exactly was Mohammed Baba's involvement?
No, so, in fact, I think maybe I did not clarify on the sentences, on the paragraph. The arrangement was with Baba. Initially, he was to purchase the car for me, but then because he did not, he's a dealer stocker, so he did not have the funds. We then agreed that we would approach EB to make the purchase, and then I would either pay, because Baba said if he's okay with funds, he would then pay EB, but I will pay him. But if he has not come okay with funds, I would then pay EB in installments for the purchase of that car.
I don't understand. Maybe repeat it.
Okay, so the arrangement was initially that Baba buys the car.
Baba buys it from somebody else.
Buys it because he's a dealer stocker. The cars are cheaper for them if you buy from
What
manufacturer.
does it mean he's a dealer stocker? Sorry.
So let's say it's a dealership.
Okay.
It's a dealership. So if he buys a car at, say, a BMW, he would buy it at a much cheaper price than an ordinary person would buy it. That's why if one looks at the book value of the car at the time, the book value was way higher than the purchase price. The purchase price became much cheaper than the actual book value of the car. So in that manner, you reserve the value of the car, and he was to buy, and obviously through the fact that he needs to make profit from there, I still needed to pay him for his part of the profit, but over and above that, pay the installment. But at the time, because he didn't have the funds, we then approached Evie to make the payment for the car, and then would reimburse him on installment basis. But my agreement with Baba was that if he comes okay, he would pay Evie, and then I'll continue, because I often refer other clients to him for vehicle purchases.
So someone you knew for 5 months, 6 months, I'm talking about Mr. Ibi, was willing to buy R1 million car for you, just like that?
Indeed, I can show you the reason, Commissioner Kumar.
No, you can. Don't give me the reason. You can just say yes. If that's what he was willing to do, then the answer is yes.
It is not that simple. That's why I'm trying to, if I may, I'm pleading to qualify.
I will give you the chance to give the explanation some other time, because if you are going to give the explanation, I'm happy to withdraw my question and keep it for later.
Okay, I understand, Commissioner Kumar. At the time, yes.
When this vehicle is bought by Baba, is it a brand new vehicle at that point is it BMW or wherever he sourced it from? Is it a brand new vehicle?
It is a brand new vehicle from what I understood.
Okay.
Commissioner.
And from and I just want you to make sure that I understand this transaction. From your explanation, it sounds like, in fact, it is Baba who's buying the vehicle on your behalf, not EB.
Not really, because the from what I understood, the engagements ultimately then ended up being between the two of them. But because I would have been the person who's supposed to reimburse one of them, I was a benefactor of the transaction, in a sense that the car ended up with me.
Not benefactor, beneficiary.
So the beneficiary, apologies.
Huge difference.
Apologies, beneficiary. I was the ultimate beneficiary. However, the dynamics of the payments were discussed between the two of them.
So the payment arrangement was between the two of them, was discussed between the two of them.
Indeed, Chair.
So commitment was between Baba and EB, not you and Baba or you and EB.
Hence, I try to explain it in this way, Commissioner Balwe, that the arrangement was initially between myself and Baba. That, okay, purchase this and then I'll sort you out. And because ultimately at times I do refer lines to him. And whatever I have to gain, you'll just take it as part of your profit. So at the time, he was overexposed with capital. So then we then concluded to approach EB to make the purchase on my behalf. But then I still maintained with Baba that if you come okay, pay this man and then me and you will sort it out. Because we have much longer history. I've known Baba for much longer I've known him. But ultimately, the obviously had a stronger relationship than I do.
I guess what I'm asking with my question is the sale agreement for this motor vehicle was between Baba and EB, not you and Baba, and not you and EB.
Not me and EB.
Okay.
Indeed.
Thank you.
I have whispered to Commissioner Tumelo, and he's happy if I give you an opportunity to explain what he raised with you, which was you had known EB for a very short period, and yet he was willing to purchase on your behalf a 7 Series BMW. Your answer to that was yes, but that is not that simple. You have an explanation. Did I understand you correctly?
Indeed, Chair.
Yes. Now give us the explanation, but please don't be long.
Apologies, Chair.
I'm saying please give us the explanation, but please don't be long.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Maybe my explanation will be coupled with what I've just told Commissioner Baloyi relating to how
That's the how. That's the how. The issue here is more. You've known this person for only this much. Why is he willing to purchase a 7 Series BMW on your behalf? That has nothing to do with Mr. Bana not having the cash himself and so on. No, Baba, I'm very sorry. Mr. Baba not having the cash himself and so on and so on. And the fact that should Mr. Baba suddenly have the cash, he could or would possibly pay EB. That's besides the point. Point is, right at the beginning, why would EB be willing to do this when the two of you had known each other for a very short time?
Chair, one of the reasons would have been that's why the how parts were actually directed to the why part, and that is because Mr. Baba and Mr. Ibi had a much longer relationship than I do, and I and Mr. Baba had a much longer relationship with as opposed to myself and Ibi. So in that aspect, Mr. Baba becomes a common trusted source or trusted party between the two of us in terms of vouching that, okay, even if this man doesn't come good on his promise, I will sort it out. But because we've got a much longer history in terms of car sales between myself and Mr. Baba.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then are we going to the last heading, the 60,000 rand, paragraph 32?
I further confirm that the 60,000 rand cash that I had with me was intended to pay people in Durban, in particular Mr. Samukuzwayo, to provide me with Transnet tracking information of the truck. However, as explained earlier on, Mr. Kuzwayo couldn't get me the access to the tracking system. As a result, I did not pay him, and the only information provided was still picture. So I'll say still pictures. Apologies. Was still pictures of the Transnet screenshot with the truck details. The 60,000 rand was mine, but the understanding was that EB will reimburse me in the part of that arrangement was facilitated by Mr. Mapatso.
You refer to people plural. Who were the other people, and what would you have paid them for?
I think, and also, yeah, the people part, is the intended person was this specific person.
No, you have said it was intended to pay people in Durban, in particular, Mr. Zamo Kuzwayo. So it was not just him, it was people, plural, but in particular him. So I'm asking who the others were.
Apologies. In terms of the tracking aspect of it, I would not have known if there would be a need for someone else's intervention. So he would be the main person, and he would then guide me as to if there's a need for further facilitation. Because my objective was to gain access to the tracking details.
Thank you.
There's just one more question from me. If, based on your original understanding, Chief Mashaba was supposed to organize law enforcement and they were to arrive at Yellow Jersey at 6:30 in the morning, and law enforcement confiscated all these drugs, what was going to be the benefit for him to wake up at 5 in the morning to be there at 6:30 for something that SAPS or DPCI was going to take and claim credit? Yes.
If I may, Commissioner Khumalo, I think the commissioners would have seen literally in all my statements and even in my call records. I've always maintained Chief Mashaba as DPCI, so that would be his credit according to where I was sitting, because he would have been part of the people to claim credit.
Let me be more direct. Was your plan to pay him cash?
No.
For assisting you with the bust?
No, not at all. There wouldn't have been any reason, because hence I say in my experience, in my past experiences, there have been instances I've given information and then things come short. So I wouldn't have had any need to pay him. I stayed there as, hence I maintain that I was neutral. My number one objective was make sure that there's a bust. It's a recorded bust. Hence, even in my previous statement, I maintained that I did not have any need to go to Yellow Jersey Logistics. As long as there is a bust, I was comfortable. Leaving Yellow Jersey Logistics, I was of the sense that we are going to Albertine. I would have been comfortable. What they do in terms of in terms of how they deal with exhibits, I would have not featured. My objective would have been met, but there would have been a need to pay Chief Mashaba. Hence I said, because him and his Hawks team or his DPCI team, along with the provincial commissioner at the time, would have been the ones to conduct this operation, as he had assured me.
So what I'm really getting at is this 60,000, part of it was not for him.
The 60,000 part, actually, I would have came back from Durban without it. I should have came back from Durban without it, under normal circumstances, because it was supposed to be spent there, not for me to come back with it.
All of it? You are supposed to spend all of
I was supposed to spend all of it.
Chair, that will be the end of, I suppose we'll call it further supplementary statement by Mr. Nku, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Musagit. As I understand the position, Mr. Nku, we are not done with your testimony. Is it correct that there are still going to be further consultations and a preparation of a statement that deals with other aspects? That is the other material that we have not touched on as yet.
Certainly, Chair, there's materials that we still need to put to Mr. Nku, especially the WhatsApp chats that deals with his interactions with Mr. Mashaba and their activities.
And whatever else.
And whatever else that's left, Chair, that still needs to be canvassed with Mr. Nku, Chair.
Yes, yes. Must we assume that you are going to start working on that as from this afternoon, possibly the whole of tomorrow?
Yes, Chair, we'll use that time to finalize what we started on Friday. Yes.
Then the idea should be to resume, depending on where you are with those preparations, resume on Wednesday.
Yes, Chair, we'll be indebted to that, Chair.
And then depending on how much ground is covered, we could be with Mr. Nku Wednesday and Thursday.
Yes, Chair, we'll keep him informed, Chair, but I think he must stand.
But whether or not we start on Wednesday will depend on the preparations or finalization of the preparations.
Yes, Chair.
If you are done, we start on Wednesday. If you are not, we start on Thursday.
On Thursday, Chair. Yes, Chair.
All right. Mr. Nku, the hearing of your testimony will resume on Wednesday, this coming Wednesday, or on Thursday, but you must be here on Wednesday at 9:30. Understood?
Understood, Chair.
Yes. You are excused. Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m. Yes, let's adjourn.
prejudice you or in any manner would undermine your testimony, and which is instead of you speaking uninterrupted through your statement, that we shall do so per topic, because the topics that you traverse in the statement are independent and standalone topics. And in the course of engaging on any single topic, the commissioners are welcome to engage with you and you will take questions. But before that happens, you'll be provided with an opportunity to summarize that particular topic and highlight those aspects that you believe are important. And thereafter, then the engagement will begin. Does that accord with a discussion and an agreement?
Yes, Commissioners, it was agreed that in order to try and truncate the evidence that I give, we should try and rattle through it as quickly as we can, topic by topic.
Thank you, Mr. O'Sullivan. Commissioners, I trust that would also find favor with the commissioners, that approach.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Turning then, Mr. O'Sullivan, to your statement, you open your statement by giving an introduction and your profile, which you have annexed as Annexure A. This speaks to your background, your qualifications, and professional trajectory. Would you like to turn to that document, Annexure A, your profile?
As the annex.
And yes, it's your Annexure A. And highlight from that document such aspects that you think are particularly relevant to bring to the attention of the commissioners. That, if I may, that would be at your page 1 of the big file.
That's correct. Commissioners, I can just say briefly that if you have a look at page 2 thereof, you'll see that my crime-fighting efforts go back some 40 or 50 years, in fact. So 1978, I received an award from Scotland Yard for preventing a crime in place and arresting a suspect. And then there's a whole lot of other annexes, we don't need to go through them, which will demonstrate that for the last 36 years in South Africa, I have been involved as a good citizen, attempting to play my part. My late father used to say, if a country is good enough to live in, it's good enough to fight for. And I took that quite literally when I joined the police back in 1990, which is now 36 years ago. And I gave of my time freely on a regular basis. Most reservist police officials would put in between 8 and 15 or 8 and 20 hours a month. You were required to do 8. I regularly did 60 to 80 hours a month, not because I was bored, but because I had business activities which compensated me very well, and I just wanted to give something back to the community. And during that first, shall we say, 10 or 12 or 14 years, I made a number of arrests as a police official, and in fact, I was shot on duty 3 times. So I went through the rigmarole of doing what I did, and then I started focusing on drug cartels, and I also started focusing on organized crime insofar as corruption is concerned. And my career in the police came to a rapid end when I was dismissed by then Commissioner of Police Jackie Salebi, and the rest of it after that is history. I decided to open an investigation into Commissioner Salebi, and as is known, he was found guilty of corruption and sent to jail for 15 years. And on after that, Commissioners, I got involved in further crime-fighting activities, not as a police official, but as a volunteer. I formed a charity called Forensics for Justice, which I financed myself. And Forensics for Justice focused on dealing with corruption within the criminal justice system. And we're not talking here about a traffic cop asking for a bribe to avoid charging you for speeding. We're talking about serious corruption at general level within the police and at high level within the prosecution service. And those activities have been going on for another 15 years after the Jackie Salebi matter was finalized. And while all that was going on, Commissioners, it should be pointed out that I'm actually an engineer by profession, and I've been running my own property business both here and overseas, which has been my main form of income, property development and property speculation. But the reality is, I've been able to sustain my activities and sustain the activities of Forensics for Justice. And I think, unless you've got any questions, I'd like to leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. O'Sullivan.
Sorry, just Mr. O'Sullivan, your involvement in the SAPS, I see at page 4 of that bundle, there's a letter from the SAPS which speaks to your position that you hold, and this is an SAPS letter. It says you currently, as a date of that letter, at least, which is 97 June 26, that you hold the position of lecturer. You see where I'm reading?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Is this what you employed? Were you ever operational at any point?
In fact, at the time that I was a lecturer at the Police Training Centre, I was also carrying out policing at the airport in the border police. So there was a reservist unit at the airport, which I helped form, which comprised of about 35 volunteer members. And I selected people that spoke different languages so that we could have some impact on the crimes that were taking place at the airport. But during the period in question here, I was the head lecturer at the Police Training Centre. And in fact, one of the other pages, you will see that one of my students, in fact, on the next page, page 5, one of my students was the now President of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa. So it gives you an idea of the sort of activity we were involved in.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan.
Thanks, Commissioner Baloyi. And before we leave your CV, at page 1, just to clarify, you indicate that having previously worked as an engineer, you are also, or was a police officer for many years. Was that in South Africa or in the UK or both?
It was overseas. So I was in the United Nations Police for a spell. I was working for the British government. I was seconded to the United Nations Police. And that ultimately I ended up being seconded for a period to the BSAP, which was the police in what was then called Rhodesia, is now called Zimbabwe.
But you were never a police officer in the SAP or SAPS?
Correct.
Thank you. We then invite us to turn to the content of your statement. At page 1, you have listed under 8 topics the areas you would like to testify to.
Yep.
You start, on my understanding, with paragraph 1.1, which are general comments to the nature of the testimony you'll be giving.
Yep.
I invite you then to speak to the contents of paragraph 1.1 or to read them into the record if it suits you better.
Thank you, Commissioners. What I've done to speed this process up is I've gone through my statement and highlighted what I consider to be the relevant, vital components. So 1.1, I've used the headline, penetration of the criminal justice system by organised crime is not new. And then I've said, despite General Nku's dramatic press conference, where he purported to blow the whistle on infiltration of the criminal justice system by organised crime, criminals have been able to successfully penetrate the criminal justice system long before 6th of July 2025. There are many instances of such, and I will deal with some very well-known matters below. And then I've said the point needs to be clear. This is not a new phenomenon. It's been going on for very many years. Not only is it not new, but it will also be my evidence that General Mkhwanazi has known about the links between organized crime and the police for many years. It's not something he suddenly became aware of last year. I will also testify that one of the cornerstones of General Mkhwanazi's complaint, interference by the Ministry of Police, is something that happened way back in 2011, at which time General Mkhwanazi elected to unlawfully comply with said ministerial interference. And I'll come back to that later, Commissioners.
Thank you. Just two questions for me before we move to the next topic. You suggest that, as you call it, the penetration of criminal justice system by organized crime is not new. Would it be a fair comment to say, at least on this score, you agree with General Mkhwanazi? That his testimony was that over a period of time, the criminal justice system appears to have been infiltrated by organized crime.
Yes.
And he testified to the extent he went to try and shine light on the problem. So because you say it's not a new phenomenon, just on that aspect, I just want to find out if technically then you agree with General Mkhwanazi in that regard.
My area of divergence is that it's not new. Of course, General Mkhwanazi brought it up on 6th of July last year, but it's nothing new. In fact, I've given an example of the 1990s when the head of organized crime in KZN, Superintendent Pete Meyer, was sent to prison for 10 years for colluding with drug traffickers. So it's not new. It's been going on for a long, long time.
What's the point of diverging? What are you seeking to establish, or what are you seeking to convey to us by diverging on this?
Commissioner, if one looks at, and later we will come to it because I've had the media conference of General Mkhwanazi transcribed. If one looks at the transcript, it looks like, wow, this is something that's going on, it's just happening. But actually it's been going on for donkey's years. And to have it suddenly thrust into the public eye on the 6th of July last year, I will be later explaining that, in my opinion, that actually there's another motive for what happened last year, and we'll come to that later, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. And in fact, the point about Senior Superintendent Pete Meyer you make at your page 3, at the top of page 3, that first paragraph, what you just alluded to.
Yes, I mentioned, sorry, ma'am, I didn't catch
No, I was saying the point about the arrest of Senior Superintendent Pete Meyer
Yes.
you make at the top of
I've
page
covered that
3.
as an example. So I've gone way back
Yes.
in the 90s. And then I come forward with a couple of examples in the last 20 years, serious examples, which are common cause.
And my second question is in relation to the statement you make about General Mkhwanazi, and you say at the bottom of your page 1, General Mkhwanazi has known about the links between organized crime and SAPS for many years. My reading of your statement, unless I missed it, does not seem to cover the knowledge that you attribute to General Mkhwanazi in this regard. Do you deal with this aspect in your statement? His knowledge of links between organized crime and SAPS?
Yes, I think what we'll come to later is not only his knowledge, but the steps he took, in my opinion, unlawful steps, to deal with one of the senior police officials that was involved in the penetration of organized crime into the criminal justice system. But I think I'll come back to that later.
All right. Thank you for that. That then would bring us to your paragraph 1.2. Having then said something about Senior Superintendent Pete Meyer and the events of 1990 to make the point that the problem is historical, you then at page 3, 1.2, deal with Mr. Glenn Agliotti and Commissioner Jackie Silebi. As you are aware, I think that is that relationship and its outcome has been ventilated for a long time and quite in depth in the public domain. So with that in mind, would you like to deal with your contents of paragraph 1.2,
Yes.
perhaps by way of summary?
Thank you. Commissioners, I'm not going to read the whole of 1.2 out because it's just, it's common course. But I've underlined a couple of important portions. 1.2.3, I've said Mr. Agliotti made his immoral living out of importing and exporting narcotics and counterfeit cigarettes. He often moved drugs and or counterfeit cigarettes with a police escort arranged by a certain Captain Paul Stammet. Captain Stammet was not even a real police officer. He had been appointed by Commissioner Celebi at Mr. Agliotti's request. He was not even on the police's payroll system and had never undergone any police training or fitting out of uniform. But the sad part about it is he had a police identity badge that was issued by Commissioner Celebi. And then I've said Mr. Agliotti's other accomplices, and this is common cause, it's in the judgments which we'll refer to, include a security company owner, Mr. Clinton Nassif. Mr. Nassif also bribed Commissioner Celebi so that he could expedite the issue of firearm licenses for a security company. Mr. Nassif later supplied the same firearm that was used to murder Mr. Brett Kebbel in September 2005. Commissioner Celebi interfered in the investigation by allowing Mr. Kebbel's Mercedes, in which he was murdered, to be removed from Norwood Police Station by a brother-in-law of one of the murderers to a car body workshop where it was cleaned of all forensic trace evidence. And then I've attached, I refer on page 5 of my statement, I've referred to documents which are attached, which make sober reading. Annexure B1 is the first draft confession made by Mr. Agliotti to the Scorpions in his attempt to obtain indemnity in return for implicating Commissioner Celebi. Annexure B2 was a judgment of the High Court on sentencing Commissioner Celebi. And Annexure B3 is a judgment of the Supreme Court of Appeal dismissing the appeal of Commissioner Celebi against his sentence. And I think it's common cause, Commissioners, that the level of penetration was such, and it's made clear in Annexure B, which is referenced on page 4 at 1.2.7, it's made clear that the value of the drugs that were seized were 200 million rand. And those were seized by the, what was then called the Scorpions, or the DSO, the Directorate for Special Operations. And that was based on information which I supplied to them at the time when I had infiltrated that drug cartel for the purpose of having those drugs seized. And it's documented on the Annexure B. Thank you, Commissioner.
And so if one has regard to your paragraph 1.2.3 and 1.2.4, where you make the conclusions that Mr. Celebi or Commissioner Celebi maintained relations with persons such as Mr. Agliotti and Captain Paul Stammet, who made an immoral living out of importing and exporting narcotics and counterfeit cigarettes. That's on the one. And Mr. Celebi, Commissioner Celebi rather, being bribed by one Mr. Clinton Nassif. Those facts you do not know, you don't have personal knowledge of, you derive from the documents that you listed your paragraph 1.2.10. A reading of those documents will lead to the same conclusion.
In fact, I do have personal knowledge, but I've used the documents to prove that personal knowledge. In fact, the morning after Brett Kebbel was murdered, which I still, very distinct in my head, he was murdered on the 15th of September, 2005. And on the morning of the 16th of September, 2005, I met with a source at the McDonald's at Bruma who gave me the information about the gun that was used to kill Mr. Kebbel. So all that information is not not hearsay, but it happens to be contained in the court judgments. So it actually confirms my personal knowledge.
But for purposes of your testimony to the commission today, you rely on these documents specifically?
That is correct.
Thank you. Is there any other comment you'd like to make regarding the relationship between Commissioner Selebi and Mr. Agliotti before we turn to your paragraph 1.3, where you deal with another relationship?
No, I'm really happy for the commissioners to, in their own time, to read the evidence and draw their own conclusions, because I believe it's quite compelling.
Yes. Then if we stay with your paragraph 5, your page 5 rather, at paragraph 1.3, you have a subtopic, Radovan Krecher, General Mabasa, and Colonel Steyn. Now, at page 6, you give quite an extensive background to this particular topic. It's at page 7, you then deal directly with the relationship between Mr. Krecher and General Mabasa on the one hand, and further on at page 9, you deal with Mr. Krecher and Colonel Steyn. So let's take it. Yes,
Let me just place on record that I was involved in a totally different capacity on issues relating to Mr. Agliotti, the murder of Mr. Brett Keppel, issues that related to Mr. Stemmet and even Mr. Nassif, but the context related to the decision that had been taken by Mr. Vusi Pikoli to prosecute General Selebi. And then Mr. Mshe, or Advocate Mshe, came in to replace Mr. Pikoli, but he was an acting NDPP. And this is how I then got involved. Advocate Mshe wanted to know whether or not he should reverse the decision of Advocate Pikoli. A 4-person panel was appointed to look at that decision by Mr. Pikoli and to pronounce on whether the 4 people were of the view that Mr. Pikoli was correct in taking the decision. I chaired that 4-person panel, and our decision was that Mr. Pikoli's decision was correct. I thought I should just place it on record that I had that involvement on some of the issues or some of the facts that you are touching on.
Thank you, Chair. Understood.
In fact, thank you, Commissioner, for that. I was fully aware of all that, so I'm grateful that you still have that memory at the time. And in some ways, it's rather unfortunate or coincidental that we are sitting here today in the college named after the then Justice Minister, who took, in my opinion, an unlawful step together with the then President in suspending Vusi Pikoli, because I understood that suspension, in fact, was aimed at preventing the arrest and charging of Commissioner Selebi. However, that's my opinion. But obviously, I was very happy when in January of 2008, that 4-man committee issued the...
It was a 4-person, we actually had a woman.
There you go. I used the word man as in human. So I was very happy with the outcome of it, because I had actually left the country because there was a threat against my life for raising all those issues. So I had temporarily exited myself from the country for my own safety. So that was how tight things were in those days. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. O'Sullivan. But as I understand, your testimony today doesn't relate to that part of things that the Chair highlights. He's just placing it on record. You are dealing with the criminal charges and trials that subsequently took place.
And I think if you want to get the crux of what I'm saying, it is that the Agliotti syndicate, which was a drug cartel and counterfeit cigarette cartel, they had well and truly infiltrated the criminal justice system and were utilizing at the highest level in the criminal justice system their contacts to enable them to continue with their criminal activities undetected.
Thank you. If you are ready, then we're ready to turn to the next set of relationships, and this time it's between Radovan Krecha and General Mabasa on the one hand, and Colonel Steyn on the other.
Yes.
I would perhaps suggest that you consider reading paragraph 1.3 and overleaf under the heading 1.3 at page 5.
Yes.
That would give us an introduction into the topic. And then you could highlight what you consider particularly important under background at page 6. You don't have to deal with that page extensively.
So for that purpose, I'll just read out 1.3. And I say that in this section, I will first give background information on Mr. Krecha. Then I will deal with senior police officials who I identified were on Radovan Krecha's payroll. I refer to the case of Krecha for 3 reasons. First, it is another obvious example showing that the issue of criminals infiltrating the police, ostensibly prompting the press conference of General Nku is nothing new. Second, it involved multiple attempts on my life. Third, it involved a corrupt police officer who resurfaced as a witness at this commission. Now, when I refer to him as a corrupt police officer, that is my opinion, because he hasn't been convicted of that, but I'll explain why I refer to him as a corrupt police officer. And then, if I may move forward, I've given some background information on page 6. It's not my intention to read through that. It's there, it's on the record.
Yes.
In respect of page 7, I talk about Mr. Krecha and General Mabasa.
So that is the first relationship with Mr. Krecha.
Exactly. And when I talk about there, and what I've written there, that's my sworn statement. I can say it much quicker than what's written there.
Yes, please.
What happened was I was investigating Radovan Krecha for a myriad of crimes, lots of crimes. And by the way, I was doing this as a public interest matter. You will notice from my CV that I received awards in 2000 and 2001 from the Canadian government and the Australian government for activities that I used to expose and deal with human trafficking in South Africa, not in other parts of the world. But I got those award commendations from the Australian and Canadian governments because they recognized the work that I was doing. And I had identified Radovan Krecha as being heavily involved with a gentleman from a chain of strip clubs known as Teasers. And I had identified that he was involved with importing, for the want of a better expression, ladies to work in these type of clubs. And I was trying to get the police to take action against him. And in every turn I was failing. I couldn't get the police to pay any attention to it. And I had written to Anwar Ramat, who at the time was the head of DPCI, and I sent him a very detailed breakdown of what I believed Radovan Krecha was up to. And then all of a sudden I got a call out of the blue one day from the crime intelligence head in Gauteng, which was Major General Joey Mabasa. And he phoned me out of the blue. I hadn't been in communication with him ever before that. And he invited me to his office. I went there and he told me, no, he heard I've got information about Radovan Krecha and he wants to take down Radovan Krecha. I thought, wow, this is great. So I gave him a file on Radovan Krecha. An hour later, I get a phone call from a source who's present in a meeting with Radovan Krecha and tells me, Paul, that guy you just met with, you don't know what you're doing. I said, what do you mean? He said, that guy is on his way to see Radovan Krecha with the file that you've given him. So I thought, wow, this Major General in the police is now going to see this criminal that I'm investigating. So let me see what's going on here. So I carried out my own investigation into General Mabasa. And what do I find? I find that his wife is a director of a company with Radovan Krejcir's wife. I was shocked. So, of course, I exposed all this. And what I find to be ironical, and it's covered on page, at the bottom of page 7 and page 8, is that the wife of General Mabasa became a director of that company on the 10th of October, 2009. And she resigned as a director of that company on the 30th of June, 2010. And it's no coincidence that the date of her resignation is 2 weeks after I had exposed the fact that General Mabasa's wife was in business with Radovan Krejcir's wife. And it was all over the media, and then she promptly resigned. Needless to say, my complaint, which is a very serious complaint, which I sent to General Zermatt and General Sabir at the time was the head of DPCI in Gauteng, and I sent them a very serious complaint, and within a week or two, General Mabasa was suspended, and then he was later given a golden handshake. But what was interesting to me is that the registered address of that company was 64 First Avenue in Edenvale. And it came out during the trial of the murder of Uwe Gambella, a German who had been kidnapped from the airport and murdered. It came out during the trial that he was actually murdered at 64 First Avenue in Edenvale. So when you start putting all the pieces of the jigsaw together, it meant that General Mabasa was now heavily involved with Radovan Krejcir. And I think if you have a look at the annexes, which I've referred to, on page 8 at 1.3.7, there's an Annex E, which deals with the actual murder of Lolly Jackson, this owner of the strip clubs. That's worth reading. It explains exactly what happened and how he was murdered by Radovan Krejcir, and how, after the murder, this fellow Smith, whose real name was Luca, met with General Mabasa, and General Mabasa told him he better pack his bags and get out of the country quick. And then Annex F deals with it's a newspaper cutting that deals with the fact that General Mabasa left the police unceremoniously and was paid out a 3.5 million golden handshake, when in fact he should have been arrested and prosecuted for corruption, but nothing of that happened. And the point, and I'm going to make it again later on, that whenever you get these senior generals, in the cases that I'm referring to, who should have been arrested and charged with corruption, they're in fact getting golden handshakes and let off the hook, and they go. So what you don't have is you don't have the, what I call the head on the pike that you need to have in the police service, so that if a person steps out of line, there needs to be some demonstration that if you step out of line, you're going to be in trouble. But actually in the police, if you step out of line, you either get moved to another department within the police, and I'm going to come to examples of that later, or you get a golden handshake and you're released from the police.
Before we deal with that detail then, that would take us to your Annexa G and H, which are affidavits you obtained at page 9. But before we turn to that detail, if I could just clarify a few things with you. At your paragraph 1.3.5, you indicate that you received an unsolicited telephone call from Major General Mabasa, who then was the Gauteng Provincial Head of Crime Intelligence. You had a meeting with him, and then you testified that you, after he had engaged you on the investigations you were doing on Mr. Krejcir, you gave him your file on your investigations.
Correct.
My question is, did you give him the original file? Did you retain a copy for yourself? Are you able to share with the commission the contents of that file as you gave it to
Obviously,
General
I
Mabasa?
can share it with the commission. I don't have it with me right now, But it was effectively, in fact, I didn't give him the whole file because some aspects of the work I was doing I hadn't completed. So what I gave him was what I had completed at that stage. And that was the file that dealt with the money laundering that was going on with a gentleman by the name of Alekos Panayai, who was the bank manager for Cyprus Bank in South Africa, who was doing money laundering between Radovan Krejcir and Lolly Jackson. And that's what led to the murder of Lolly Jackson, because Radovan Krejcir would pay an amount of money into a bank in Cyprus, and then Lolly Jackson would give him a bag, a duffel bag or whatever, with the equivalent amount of rand. So he would get a bag with 2-3 million rand, and he would do a transfer. And what happened is what led to the murder. And if you look at these Annex E, you will see it. It details the fact that actually the final transfer they did, Radovan Krejcir presented a fake document indicating that he had transferred money into the Bank of Cyprus, when in fact he hadn't transferred any money at all. And Lolly Jackson then handed over a duffel bag full of rands in cash, and there was no concomitant transfer into his bank in Cyprus. So that caused the animosity between them, which ultimately led to the murder of Lolly Jackson.
Now, that is what you were investigating at the time.
That's exactly, and that's what I handed over to General Mabasa. Because I'd interviewed this bank manager, and I've taken a very detailed sworn statement from him, and I supplied that to General Mabasa. As a result of what I found out, I then phoned that witness and told him to go into hiding, because I believed that they would have tried to murder him.
Now, at your paragraph 1.3.6,
Maybe before you do 1.3.6, Mr. O'Sullivan, you in 1.3.5, you said that you received this call from Mr. Mabasa unsolicited after you had given, I think you said, General Dramat. In your statement, you say General Shadrach Sibia. Is that a correction? Is it Sibia or Dramat?
I think it was both of them.
Well, later on, you do speak of giving them both a report.
Yes.
But here at the beginning, where you speak about what results in the unsolicited telephone call from General Mabasa, you say you had shared information of your investigation with Sibia. I just want to correct the fact. Is it General Sibia? Is it Dramat?
It was General Sibia and General Dramat
at this point.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Whatever I supplied to General Sibia at that moment in time, I used to also supply to General Dramat, because I didn't want a single point of entry. I wanted there to be knowledge at different levels within the police about what was going on. In fact, I even went to the office of General Dramat and had a meeting with him about Radovan Krejcir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. At your paragraph 1.3.6, you say about an hour after you left General Mabasa's office, you got a call from a source advising you that he has been informed by Mr. Krejcir that General Mabasa was on his way to see him with a file he had obtained from you. Now, I'm not going to ask you who your source is, but we have your say-so that this engagement took place. That's all we have.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely, but that's my say-so, and it's more than my say-so, because as a result of that phone call, it caused me to investigate General Mabasa, and then I got that information on General Mabasa, which I then shared with General Sibia and General Dramat.
Now, having shared that file with General Sibia, who you say was DPCI Gauteng provincial head, and General Dramat, what position did he hold at the time?
He was a national head of DPCI.
National. What were you hoping to gain by sharing it further with with General Mabasa, who, as you say, called you without any solicitation. Did you have a relationship with General Mabasa that allowed for a sharing of the results of your investigations? On what basis do you give him this?
Yeah, it's a very valid point. I wrongly came to the conclusion, and I should have checked, I wrongly came to the conclusion that General Dramat and General Sabia had instructed crime intelligence to get to the bottom of this matter. And I assumed, therefore, that General Mabasa was reaching out to me because he had knowledge. So if you've got this knowledge, then you must be involved in it. So I readily gave him this file.
And did you ever engage Generals Dramat and Sibia about this matter and whether or not they had an
Immediately
engagement
afterwards. So, Commissioners, if you have a look, on the same day that I met with
Mr. O'Sullivan, you should wait until...
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, if you speak at the same time, there will be problems with the transcription.
Sorry, I thought you'd finished.
No, my question was, after then your source called you to inform you that Mr. Krecha has just had a telephonic discussion with General Mabasa about a file you had given to General Mabasa. When you learned that, did you ever have a conversation with General Sibia and Dramat about the turn of events? Who are the people you say you had initially engaged around this matter?
Yes, but I didn't do it the same day. So what happened was I got this phone call. Then I thought, wow, if this is true, because you don't take everything you're told as being the gospel truth, you have to look into it. But what it prompted me to do was to look into General Mabasa. And coincidentally, when I went to meet him at the Diagonal Street building, being the type of person I am, he'd arranged parking there for me. And when I went to park there, I saw a parking bay, and it's not in my statement, but I'm just recollecting this. I saw a parking bay marked up for General Mabasa, and I made a note of the registration number of the vehicle that was parked there, just for my own interests, because it looked like a very fancy double cab. So I made a note of the registration number of that vehicle. And then what happened, when I get this phone call, I then start to carry out investigations. And I immediately found out that General Mabasa's wife was in business with Radovan Krecha's wife. They were directors of the same company. And I could not think of any logical reason other than it was to conceal some form of corruption. And then when I ran the checks on the motor vehicle, I found that the vehicle, well, I phoned the dealer, I found that the vehicle had been purchased by Radovan Krecha for General Mabasa. So you put the pieces of the jigsaw together, which I did. And I then went and met with General Dramat. I phoned General Sabia and told him what I'd found, and I went and met General Dramat because I was so keen to make sure that they did something urgent about it. And I think a week later, General Mabasa was suspended.
Did you do an in-notice check on the vehicle, the registration of the vehicle?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Is it not so that all that this would have shown you is in whose name the vehicle was registered? Why I'm asking that is, how did you then establish who had purchased?
So we're able to, Commissioner, we're able to do various checks. The one check you can do is just to get the ownership of a vehicle. Another check you can do is to get the history of the vehicle. It wasn't a brand new vehicle. It was a used vehicle. And the previous owner of it was Groep Twee Beleggings, which was Radovan Krecha's company. So you put two and two together.
Thank you.
My question was going to try and understand the checks that you say you conduct. Are these the checks that normally are reserved for law enforcement to undertake, or do you have access to the system? And
Yes.
if so, in what capacity?
Let me explain to you. We don't have access to the NITIS system. We have access to what we call closed source data banks. So we have to sign a code of conduct so they're accessible by certified fraud examiners, forensic investigators. It's not the same system that the police use. It's a private system that's used, for example, TransUnion. I don't actually do the checks myself. I have staff that do it, but I don't know the systems we use, but they are all above board and all lawful. We have to sign a code of conduct so that we're not, shall we say, becoming information peddlers where people can't come and pay us for information. And we have to stipulate that the investigation is being done for a particular purpose. So it's fraud. So if you're investigating fraud or corruption, you have access to these databases, and it's all above board.
And you say this, you have access to these systems as a certified fraud examiner. Who certifies and registers examiners for that purpose? And what is the name of your entity that is so registered?
The Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. There's a South African chapter. There's a chapter in most countries in the world. And it's a very rigorous process to go through. You have to have a first degree. You have to do 2 years of work in the fraud field. And then you have to sit exams. The exams are rated as NQF8. So it's quite a process. You can't just wake up one morning and decide, oh, I'm going to be a certified fraud examiner. It's quite a rigorous process to get through. And by the way, when you enter into these code of conduct contracts with the Information Bureau, they carry out checks on you to make sure that you don't have criminal record and stuff like that. So it's quite a tight system. It's used by lawyers, it's used by certified fraud examiners, and it's used by chartered accountants that are working in the forensic accounting field. And it's necessary, by the way, because unfortunately the level of fraud and white-collar crime in South Africa, the police just don't have the ability to cope with the level of investigations required.
And perhaps just to conclude on that point, is there a particular regulator that regulates the activities of these fraud examiners? Is there?
Yes.
What is that? What's
It's the
authority?
Association of Certified Fraud Examiners.
It's not a state regulator, is that? That's
Not a state regulator, no.
I was asking from the perspective of state and law enforcement.
It's
Is
the
there
same
any
like chartered
regulator?
accountants. There's no state regulator. It's the same like, well, I suppose with attorneys you've got the LPC,
Yes.
but it is very well regulated, trust me. And they have, if you look into it, for example, the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, they have different committees. They have a disciplinary committee. So if a certified fraud examiner has been misbehaving, he can be struck off. So it's fairly well regulated.
Okay. At the conclusion of 1.3.6, you deal with Annexure C, which is what you say, it's a company search you conducted where you established that General Mabasa's wife and Mr. Krecher's wife were shareholders in the company.
So we didn't get the share register. We could just see that
directors.
they were both directors.
Directors.
Share register is harder to get. One has to do what we call a Section 26 application. Section 26 to the Companies Act, where you write to the company and you give them notice, and they have to give you details of the share register within 14 days. Yes. We didn't go to that length, but I was satisfied that the two of them were directors of a company, and that was more than just a coincidence.
At page 8, then, at paragraph 1.3.7, you deal with the murder of Mr. Lolly Jackson.
Yep.
You see where I pick it up at your page 8.
Yes. So, Commissioners, it's set out in some detail in Annexure E, and I commend you to read that. It's quite clear. And Annexure E it's quite clear what happened there, and it's
That annexure E is at page 174 of the big file.
174, yes. Now, if you skip the first 2 pages of 174 and just go straight to page 176,
Yes.
because the first couple of pages is more of an introduction. 176 explains exactly the relationship between this fellow Smith, whose real name was Luca. He was an illegal immigrant, by the way. He was in the country unlawfully. He was a Cypriot. And by the way, he was wanted in Cyprus as well. And he talks about the relationship between Jackson, Radovan Kreća, and this fellow Panayi. And Panayi was the gentleman I interviewed over a period of 2 or 3 days and taken a very detailed statement from in connection with the money laundering that was going on. That's the statement which I'd, apart from supplying to the DPC, I had given to General Mabasa. And then if you go then to page
186?
180, and you look at paragraph 45, 44, or 43, Kreća arrived after some 5 or 6 minutes later and was also offered a drink. Within moments, Jackson had begun to shout at Kreća and to wave the copy of the SWIFT transfer. This was a forged SWIFT transfer. And Jackson swore at Radovan Kreća. I'm not going to swear here, but it shows what he said. Kreća lunged forward to grab the SWIFT transfer from Jackson, who held it out of reach. At this point, Kreća pulled out a firearm and shot Jackson once. Jackson fell into the back of the sofa, positioned directly behind him. Jackson looked shocked and began to plead and beg for his life. Kreća crossed the floor towards him, standing over him, and kicked him in the side of his chest and said the following words to him. Quote, "You want to know who I am? I will show you who I am, you effing cockroach." Kreća then proceeded to fire many shots into Jackson. I don't remember how many, but there were several shots. Jackson appeared to be dead and lay in a pool of blood. I was horrified and frightened. And then he carries on a bit more and a bit more. And then he talks about paragraph 59 on page 182. I got back into the car and drove away, exiting through the booms at the entrance to our suburb, and then called General Mabasa from my phone, telling him what I had just witnessed, Kreća killing Jackson, and to ask for his help. He asked me who was present at the time of Jackson's murder, and I told him that Kreća and Cyril were there. The Cyril referred to, commissioners, is Cyril Beaker. He also passed away a couple of weeks after this, so he was shot and killed a couple of weeks after this. He asked me where I was. I told him I was driving Jackson's Jeep. He suggested I meet him at Bedford Center and I should speak to Kreća as soon as possible. Mabasa knew of the problems between Kreća and Jackson, having already been approached by Jackson to intervene and assist in facilitating a meeting with Kreća. So here you have General Mabasa getting involved in a dispute between 2 shady characters, the one being Radovan Kreća and the other being Lolly Jackson. I too had spoken with Mabasa about the need for a meeting to be arranged.